We are live at a very rainy PNC Park in Pittsburgh. And at some point tonight, we'll have Chicago Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. We will start under a rain delay. Cubs and Pirates getting set for Game 3 of this series. And great to have you with us. Jim DeShays, Len Casper with you. The Cubs have won 6 of their last 8. Anthony Rizzo's been hot. Starlin Castro's heating up. Cubs getting good production out of their infield lately.
Yeah, a lot of attention here in Pittsburgh on this outfield. They've called up the Polanco kid. They have a very talented young outfield for the Cubs. It's been infield production has been the story through the first 2 games of this series. Castro, 4 out of 7, hit a big home run here a couple of nights ago. Rizzo, big night last night, 4 out of 8. He's been one of the hottest hitters in the National League for quite some time now.
And some all-star buzz building for the Cubs first baseman. And here's a guy who's just been flying under the radar for a couple of years, Luis Valbuena. The big double last night ended up being a game winner.
Yeah, check out these numbers since May 13th. 21 ball games, 362 average, an OPS of better than 1,000. That's the 5th best on-base plus slugging in the National League over that stretch of ball games.
The other thing, JD, it has allowed Ricky Renteria to kind of spot Mike Alt, who clearly is struggling right now, but Valbuena taking a lot of the at-bats.
Right, and it's nice to be able to do that, to take the heat off Alt, let him settle in a little bit, relax, hopefully get some favorable matchups. And when you run Valbuena out there, as I said, you're running one of the hottest hitters in baseball out there. His OPS now 2nd best among National League third basemen.
All right, when we come back, we will talk about the pitching matchup. Couple of right-handers will go. Cubs and Pirates again after a rain delay. We'll have more from Pittsburgh in a moment. Coming up at some point following a rain delay. Hopefully it doesn't last too long when we do get started. Jason Hamill will try to continue a scoreless streak that has reached 14 innings.
Yeah, you know, the Cubs have split the first two games of this series with the Pirates. They've got Hamill going tonight. They've got Jeff Samardzija going tomorrow. Samardzija, among pitchers with at least 5 starts in this ballpark, has the best ERA. So the Cubs really have favorable pitching matchups the next 2 nights with a chance to take 3 out of 4 here against Pittsburgh. Obviously, a couple things have to happen. The weather has to clear up so we can play tonight. And they're going to have to score some runs in support of these pitchers. But Jason Hamill has been on an absolute roll of late. His last 2 starts, 7 shutout innings in each of those ball games. 2 starts ago, it was in Milwaukee against a red-hot Brewer lineup, and he was awfully good. Allowed 4 hits, no runs, did not walk a single batter, struck out 8. And then last time out against Miami, a little different game plan for him. He threw his slider probably more than he had in any start this year. So I like the flexibility. Leaned heavily on the fastball against Milwaukee. A lot of sliders against Marlins. And again, 7 shutout innings in that second start as well. He issued 1 walk in that ball game. It was intentional. And you see where he ranks. His .088 whip is the second lowest in Major League Baseball. That's the lowest whip. That's walks plus hits per innings pitched by a Cub in his first 12 starts. It's a fellow by the name of George McConnell did it back in 1914.
That was 100 years ago, if I do the quick math. It's been a while.
You are correct, sir.
Well, we got a major thunderstorm here about an hour ago, and let's check out our Xfinity high-speed action. The lightning, the thunder, it felt like it was in the ballpark.
Yeah, it was. It was biblical there for a while. I mean, the way the water was blowing, you could kind of see it off to the right there, off the top of the roof. The wind was just shooting that water straight across, and it looked like it was going to be really, really bad. But all of a sudden, it's lightened up a little bit here, and I, for one, am optimistic.
Yeah, it is still raining, not very hard. The warning track doesn't look bad, considering how much rain we got over about a half-hour time period, but we hope to have a window tonight to play game 3 of this 4-game series. Brandon Compton, Cubs not familiar with him. We'll see a lot of fastballs from a 25-year-old right-hander tonight when, in fact, we do get started. But in the meantime, we're going to send it back to our downtown Chicago studios. Sports Talk Live with David Kaplan. middle. Nate Scherholtz has been a lot better as of late. John Baker will hit 7th. Darwin Barney, the second baseman, 8th. And Jason Hamill, the pitcher, 9th.
Pirates defense brought to you by Kia. They're very excited about their outfield now that the young prodigy Polanco has joined McCutchen and Marte. I figured to be set there for a long time. Alvarez, Mercer, Harrison, and Ike Davis third to first on the infield for the Pirates tonight. Russell Martin is doing the catching, and 25-year-old right-hander Brandon Compton is the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher for the Pirates this evening. He's 1-2 with a 6.51 ERA. Big chunk of that ERA coming in one really bad start back on May 31st against the Dodgers. He allowed 10 earned runs in 3 2/3. Other than that, he's been pretty good. Last time out a winner, 5 1/3, 8 hits, 3 runs, as they beat the Milwaukee Brewers 15-5.
And the umpires, Scott Berry gets the plate. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, is at first. Dan Bellino at second, and Tom Woodring is over at third. Pirates placed left-hander Francisco Liriano on the disabled list. Remember, he left the game last night with a strained oblique. And they have removed right-hander Stolmy Pimentel from the DL. So back on the active roster, he had right shoulder inflammation.
And Pimentel, a guy who's been stretched out, and he can give Clint Hurdle a number of innings out of his bullpen, which he may need given the fact that Liriano only went 3 last night. So there may be a couple of guys unavailable for Hurdle tonight. Compton is primarily a sinker ball pitcher. Velocity 90 to 94, pretty good sink. He'll lean on that pitch heavily, throws it about 70% of the time. Also has a slider and a changeup.
About an hour and a half late, but we are finally ready to go as Coghlan will step in. And a fastball for a strike, and if Coghlan gets a hit, Benny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to JDRF. 67 degrees.
Hot and steamy all day, but after that rain came through, it really cooled things off. Beautiful night to play.
Official rain delay was 1 hour and 38 minutes. Just enough time to watch the last 3 innings or so of the division clincher for the Pirates back in 1979 on the big board here. Actually, it was a game against the Cubs on ABC special edition of Sunday Afternoon Baseball.
Yeah.
Don Drysdale and Howard Cosell. Hit well out into right center. Going after it is McCutchen, and he will get to it. Covers a lot of ground out there, and that's the first out.
Yeah, if it stays in the air for any length of time, highly likely one of these fleet-footed outfielders are going to run under it. Now with Polanco joining the mix out there, I can't imagine there's a speedier outfield in baseball.
Justin Ruggiano, he's playing center. Interesting night for him last night. He went 1 for 2, got hit by pitches twice. Also fouled one off his front shin. Bit of a painful evening, but his team won the ball game. That's what counts the most. Ground ball, base hit past a diving Harrison.
Did that last night too. They were playing him to pull out in the infield. He had a lot of room to operate with on the right side, and here he goes. Just keeps the hands back. May return to a more normal defensive alignment next time Ruggiano's up there.
There's a pitch. Rizzo fouls off.
Just a little late getting started. He was telling us earlier today that he is Very confident in the batter's box right now. Not trying to overthink it. Just feels very comfortable up there. Putting a string of at-bats together. Just so impressive.
Off the plate inside. It was interesting watching part of that game from '79. I want to say it was Willie Stargell at the plate, and the Cubs were shifting against him.
Yeah, and the Pirates were shifting on Kingman.
So it's not as if this is a new thing. It's just that every team does it on just about every hitter now.
Whoa, hang on.
A slip there by Ruggiano, but he kept 1 foot on the bag.
Pretty quick feet by Compton on that pickoff move.
Rizzo telling me he didn't really look at much video of Compton. He's going to kind of watch him throw his warm-up tosses, face the first 2 hitters, and get in there and hit. I think Anthony really has tried to clear his mind and simplify things. Less is more. It's probably the way to go for most guys.
Well, especially when you're, in a groove like he is right now. You don't want to clutter things up. Just trust your instincts. Unloaded on Lariano, continuing to inflict damage on left-handed pitching, and whacks this double over the head of Marte out there and left. For good measure, one more. 2-base hit. The ball that probably should have been caught by Polanco, but it was still really stung by Rizzo.
He swings and misses for strike 3. That's his second out. It'll bring up Starlin Castro. Seven for his last 16 with 4 doubles and a home run. Only Troy Tulowitzki has more extra base hits among all shortstops. Castro has 27 extra base knocks. Ruggiano still at first, 2 outs, and the pitch. Driven, but it's going to be caught. Well, he's been squaring everything up. Allowed out to end the inning. Pirates coming up after the Cubs fail to score in the first. Check out the Pirates Southwest starting lineup written out by National League All-Star coach Clint Hurdle, named by Mike Matheny to his staff earlier today. Harrison, Polanco, and McCutchen will start it. Davis, Martin, and Alvarez will take the middle spots. Marte, Mercer, and Compton round it out.
Key defense for the Cubs this evening here in Pittsburgh. Coghlan, Ruggiano, Shearholtz as Wake gets a night off. Third to first, Valbuena, Castro, Barney, Rizzo. Baker behind the plate for Alexis pursuing perfection starting pitcher for the Cubs. Jason Hamill, he's 31 years old. He's making his 13th start. He's 6-3 with a 2.53 ERA. That's sixth best in the National League.
Inside ball one on the former Cub farmhand Josh Harrison. He's been in their leadoff spot now 23 straight games. And overall, his leadoff number is very good, an OPS of just under 900, but when leading off an inning, hitting just 143 this year. 2-0 the count. Hamill works quickly. A high one that time. It's 3-0 with the rookie Polanco on deck.
Hamill in his last two starts, 16 strikeouts, 1 walk. It was intentional. So he hadn't done that for a while.
So the 4-pitch walk to start the ball game.
Need to recalibrate. He's pitched twice against the Pirates this year. His first 2 starts, as a matter of fact. One here, one back in Chicago. Won them both. Gave up 1 run in 6 2/3 in his first starting assignment here, and then back at Wrigley, 7 innings of 3-run baseball.
Big hand for the rookie. Made his big league debut last night. Went 1 for 5. Hit .347 at AAA. Think you got any sleep last night?
Well, probably at some point
day.
he probably crashed, right? All the adrenaline and everything. He probably just kind of ran out of gas.
Hamill's 31. He's lanky, 6'6", 225. Cueto pitching tonight for the Reds.
Batting average against, he's second. On base plus slugging against, he's second.
Out in the right center, and it's going to hold up there for Ruggiano, and Harrison on his way back to first, and he's going to make it as the ball got out of the glove of Rizzo. Would have been close. Nice running grab by Ruggiano.
Harrison thought this ball was going to get down right about here, and then he changes his mind, says, wait a minute, they're closing on it. So had to kind of change directions there and made a caught a spike from Harrison as he reached across to try to catch that throw.
Here's McCutchen. 4 hits, a double, 2 homers, 5 RBIs already in this series. High and deep to left. Coughlin back. At the wall. He leaps. He got a glove on it, but it's gone. What an effort by Chris Coughlin. He almost pulled it back. It's a 2-run homer.
Well, what an effort by Chris Coughlin. Jason Hamill, he hadn't walked anybody in a couple of starts. He had not allowed a home run in over 50 innings coming into this game. But McCutchen is scorching hot. Ford home run replay. Check out that effort by Chris Coughlin as he tries to battle that fan for the home run ball by Andrew McCutchen. So he's pretty much covered the whole field here, hasn't he? Right, center, and now left.
That would have been one of the best home run saving grabs we've ever seen, but he just could not haul it in. And there's no fan interference there because the ball was over the wall. So McCutchen has done it again. Give him 3 home runs, 7 RBIs in the series.
And I think Jason made the pitch he wanted to make. McCutchen's been hitting the ball the other way, the middle to right. Very good on that fastball out away from him. So I think that the plan was to try to crowd him with fastballs. But he's just such a good hitter. He is so quick. And again, look at this effort. Plant the foot, up he goes, got leather on it.
Tell you what, if that fan had not had his hand up there, I think he would have caught it. It looked like he was going to squeeze his glove, but then the hand kind of pushed the ball out of the mitt. Davis strikes out, 2 down. Not too many people are going to upstage Yoenis Cespedes and his throw last night, but that might have had he been able to hang on.
Yeah, it's a highlight play without making the play. I mean, the effort itself is enough to look at time and time again.
Now the throw everybody is talking about last night. The A's did lose the game in extras, but this was to get Howie Kendrick. It almost looks fake. Some of those commercials you see that are doctored, but there was nothing fake about it. And the Twitter conversation today, JD, was really interesting. Some people saying that the boot ended up marring the play. I said, no, that's what led to the masterpiece that will live on for generations.
Jolt of adrenaline he got because of the mishandle.
Here's a 2-1 to Martin, and that liner will get over Barney and into right. Hamill, who had not given up a run in each of his last 2 starts, covering 14 innings. As that streak snapped here with the McCutchen homer. Now another guy with a lot of home run thump, Pedro Alvarez.
And one of the things you have to fight as a starting pitcher on a night like tonight is lethargy. You get to the ballpark early. You expect to get into your routine when to get ready for a 7 o'clock start. And then you end up sitting around for a long time.
By the way, we mentioned Cueto. He's got 10 strikeouts tonight against the Dodgers through 5 innings, leading 3-0. Popped him up. Coughlin and Castro. It'll be the shortstop cradling it to end the inning. Well, again, a great effort by the Cubs left fielder. Just came up short. And a 2-run homer for McCutchen, and the Pirates have the early lead.
Cubs100.com to check out all that the Cubs have in store for next homestand's 1950s celebration, a 10-game homestand that begins a week from Friday. The Pirates, the Reds, and Nationals are in, including a rare split doubleheader on Saturday the 28th. Tickets are available, so visit Cubs.com to purchase yours today.
Compton now with a 2-0 lead. Facing Luis Valbuena. And a strike call. Cubs need to stop Andrew McCutchen from hitting any more 2-run homers. He's had one per game inside that time.
Yeah, and then one of the big keys is that he's had people on base in front of him, which basically, you know, in the early game situations, you don't want to start tiptoeing around hitters and set them up for a big inning. But if there's nobody on base, you can be a little more cautious with McCutchen. But Snyder the other day was on base ahead of him a couple of times. Here's Harrison working the leadoff walk.
That one muscled out in the left center on a 1-2 offering. Valbuena stays high.
Yeah, is this a case of a late bloomer? Or is it a case of a guy who's just in a really hot stretch? Because if this is who he has become, he's a really good hitter. And what he's done here the last 3 weeks or so, we've always talked about the on-base component with Valbuena, the patience, the ability to work the walk. Now the average is coming, the slugging is coming.
He has been a joy to watch. Now Sherholtz, who on May 17th was at 197 on the year, but in the last 3 weeks or so, he's been more Nate Sherholtz-like, hitting 265, slugging over 450 for his last 19 games. And while the overall numbers are not very good for Nate, lately he's been a lot better.
Yeah, it's still with just 2 home runs, but he started to drive the ball a little bit more. A couple triples there on the homestand, hitting the ball over the outfielders' heads a little bit more frequently.
Held up, and it's 2-1. Not nearly as big a crowd as last night. Real good walk up with the major league debut of Polanco. I think the rain has kept some people away tonight as well. Throw to first. Valbuena's back and plenty of time.
Yeah, with a sinker baller out there, you're always worried about the ground ball double play. So Pirates figured maybe the Cubs would play a little hit and run here.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Leadoff man is on. Cubs trailing 2-0 early. And the pitch from Compton misses, and it's full 3-2.
Now what are you going to do? Nate doesn't walk much, strikes out a fair bit.
I'd start him.
And with that, the Pirates will throw over again. There he goes, and ball 4.
Chance to answer that 2-run bottom of the first for the Pirates. But they got to get it done at the bottom of the order here. Good patience there by Sherholtz. As I mentioned, he doesn't walk a lot. Sometimes with that base runner going on 3-2, guys get a little jumpy. Jumpy's not really a word you associate with Nate Sherholtz in any manner. He is very calm in all phases.
Chance here at the bottom of the order with 2 on and nobody out. John Baker looks at 1 inside. Cubs are 9-9 when he starts. He's caught Hamill a lot, so that makes sense. He's catching just about everybody else right now with Wellington Castillo on the DL. A bouncer that'll get through. Now Bueno around third, he will score. Sherholtz to third. Baker with his 4th RBI of the year, and the Cubs are on the board. It's 2-1.
And Compton got his ground ball, but Baker found a hole. Possibly a double play ball if they're playing normal double play depth. Second baseman playing for a double play would normally be shaded towards the bag there. But as we've said all year long, it's a trade-off.
This is the big plate appearance for the Cubs this inning because the pitcher Hamill is on deck. See if Barney can get that tying run home. Strike called. Here it comes. Now 0-2. He's got a battle.
Yeah, and the worst case scenario is ground ball double play here. And then you have Hamill coming up with 2 outs. So I guess if they turn 2, you get a run home. But I don't think that's a trade I'm willing to take right now if I'm the Cubs with nobody out in the inning.
Set at the belt. Here's the pitch. And we'll do it again.
Compton, a 9th round pick by the Pirates in 2010 out of Georgia Tech.
From Evans, Georgia. There's a ground ball. Harrison will get an out at first, and that's it. And Barney will get an RBI to tie the ball game. It's 2-2.
A nice base running here by John Baker to slam on the brakes, avoid the tag. I'm not sure why Harrison didn't more doggedly pursue John Baker there. They're going to question whether he was out of the baseline or not, but it didn't look like it. They're reviewing the video as Clint Hurdle inserts his 14th piece of double bubble. I guess Harrison thought there was a chance to go to first and then back to second to get Baker.
Yeah, otherwise, you just tag the runner.
Yeah, if you're going to get only 1 out on that play, you'd want to get the lead guy, keep him out of scoring position.
So 2-2. Here's Hamill. And he looks at a strike. Down the middle. RBIs from Baker and Barney. B&B boys here in the second. Hamill strikes out, 2 down. Back to the top and Coghlan.
Coghlan, not much of a batting average, but he's been hitting the ball pretty hard. The problem is he doesn't hit the ball very deep, so he hits into a lot of hard outs, line outs, like he did last time up. Cross up.
They got the strike call, but Martin wants to talk it over with his young pitcher.
He was anticipating a breaking ball here. You're looking for the local, and he got the express.
One strike on Coghlan. Make it 0-2. Raining in Baltimore, where the Orioles lead the Red Sox 4-0 in the 7th inning. We're in the 8th in Philadelphia. The Padres and the Phillies are scoreless. Cole Hamels into the 8th with 10 strikeouts. Tyson Ross went 7, shutout, gave up 4 hits.
We missed him out in San Diego. We were out there for that 4-game series. He's the only starter the Cubs did not face, but heard very good things about him.
The Miami Marlins tonight are trying to set a major league record. They have tied the all-time interleague winning streak. They've won 13 in a row against the AL, but they trail the Rangers 4-0 in the 4th. 1-2. Jose Abreu has homered again tonight, this time off Justin Verlander, and the White Sox lead the Tigers 1-0 as they play the 4th. John Danks pitching for the Southsiders. They got rained out last night. Inside, 2-2.
Big news out of Tampa tonight. Cardinals have given up runs and the Rays have scored runs. It's 4-3 Tampa. They're in the 6th.
They have been shut out in 3 in a row, and the Cardinals had pitched shutouts in 3 in a row. Towering fly out to Polanco and right. And that'll end the inning. But the Cubs get a pair and have tied the ball game. It's 2-2 early.
A 6:15 ball game, first 10,000 will receive a Cubs t-shirt presented by Cooper Tires. Tickets are still available for this Saturday night matchup, so visit Cubs.com to purchase your seats today.
McCutchen and Marte have had big series. In the case of McCutchen, he's had a hot month of June. Not the case for Starling Marte. He came into the series 0 for his last 23 and recently had missed 4 consecutive starts. And he leads off the Pirates' second and takes a strike.
And Marte, with his speed, a very valuable guy when he's getting on base. He could really be a igniter at the top of the batting order for the Pirates, but scuffling as he was, makes more sense to hit him down in the batting order.
Swing and a miss on a good slider. 1-2.
I showed you the numbers on Hamill earlier. The league hitting 191 against him. That's the second best mark. Right-handed hitters, he is just devoured. They're hitting $159.
Mercer. And then Compton.
2-2 in the second, 2-2 count, 22 pitches. Oh my goodness. Throw him a deuce.
It was a breaking ball, and he strikes him out.
Yeah, he has a curveball. He rarely uses it. Throws a lot of sliders. Fastball, slider. When you look at the breakdown on Jason Hamill, maybe part of the explanation why he's been so good this year is the fact that he's using his two-seam fastball more. I don't know if he buys into that theory or not. He has used it more. I don't know if that would be an explanation. I'm sure he would just say, hey, look, I'm healthy. I'm throwing good. I'm in a groove. It's pretty interesting. Here's a guy 31 years of age. He's been around the league for a little while now, and he's having a career year. His ERA is 2 runs better than his career ERA.
Well, the Cubs have done a really good job in kind of profiling the middle of the rotation guy on a short-term contract, maybe the undervalued starting pitcher. Paul Maholm, Scott Feldman. We could even put Travis Wood maybe into that category at a younger age, as they traded for him a couple of seasons ago. But you're right, 9th year in the league. Hamill's career earned run average 464, but this year 2.53.
His best previous ERA in 2012, he made 20 starts that year for Baltimore, had a 3.43 earned run average. And we've talked about this a lot this year. You could kind of see it coming, given the fact that he spent 3 years in Colorado, so you have to kind of adjust those numbers. Started his career in Tampa. A lot of guys struggle early in their career. After Colorado, he moved on to Baltimore, so a couple of stints in the AL East. That's not easy.
Fly ball deep, right center, and Ruggiano slides, can't make the play. Mercer's going to put on the brakes at second. It's a double.
High fly ball carried further than Justin Ruggiano thought it would. Mercer showing some pretty good pop here. He looked down, looked to find the wall, and then kind of lost track of the ball, and then didn't know exactly where he was on the field.
A 1-out double for Mercer. Yeah, I think it's 2 parts in terms of the Cubs finding guys like Hamill and Maholm and Feldman, and then you got to give a lot of credit to Chris Bosio, the pitching coach. Base hit to right. Mercer will be stopped by Nick Leyva. Sherholt's playing very shallow and right against the pitcher. Compton with his first major league hit. Rick Sofield asking for the ball. throw it into the Pirate dugout, I believe. Or maybe not. Snaps an 0 for 15 to start his career. Now Hamill is alerted.
That's always fun. Give up a hit to the opposing pitcher, then you got to throw the souvenir into the dugout. It's, you know, it's part of the game. Not a big deal.
So it's Harrison with runners at first and third as the Pirates try to gain the lead yet again. In a similar seesaw battle last night. Cubs pulled away at the end. Popped foul. Right field out of play. That young Pirate fan is as happy as can be.
Glad she waited out the rain delay.
Another foul, 0-2. Harrison did not get a pitch to hit in his first trip to the plate. He took a 4-pitch walk.
The slider's away. May have him set up for an inside fastball if they so choose. Baker's starting to sneak over that way. High heater. I think a punch out. Oh, that's a bad break. For that guy right there. Boy, that's frustrating. Not the jump on the hitter. You're trying to throw a chase fastball way up. Just got away from him a little bit.
Clipped his finger.
Grazed his knuckle.
And now the rookie Polanco on a bases loaded, a one-out situation. He flied to center in his first at bat. He is a tall drink of water. Look at his legs. He is 6'4". He's filled out a little bit over the last couple of years. And he takes ball one low. AT&T UVerse Multiview. As the Pirates are threatening to take the lead for the second time. We're only in the second inning. One and one. Bounce to first, and Rizzo will have to underhand to Hamill. Polanco will get his first career RBI to make it 3-2. Second and third, 2 outs. Base open. McCutchen might just get walked here.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation because you got a left-handed hitter on deck with power in Ike Davis, but the way McCutchen is swinging it, they're going to go ahead and put him on. And understandably so. Obviously, there's some risk anytime you put a man on base, but here's what he's done in this series. One to right on Monday. Last night, straightaway center field, and tonight for good measure. Trying to pitch me in? Yeah, I can handle that too. Maybe they should pitch to him. He's out of fields. He's covered all the directions. This is really interesting, and it speaks to how good McCutchen is, drawing an intentional walk to bring up a left-handed cleanup hitter with a right-handed pitcher on the mound.
And a guy who's hit .355 with 6 home runs in his career against the Cubs in Ike Davis. And he took a called third in the first inning.
He had a good night on Monday. Hit a deep drive to center, walked, and then hit a home run himself. He'd been in a prolonged funk prior to that.
So bases loaded and a swing and a miss. Davis, we mentioned the other night, hit a grand slam with the Mets in April before he got traded here, and then hit another one for the Pirates. Both were against the Cincinnati Reds. 1-1. Third player to hit a grand slam for different teams against the same opponent in a single season. In again, it's 2-1.
They're pretty well intent on trying to stay in on Davis. First with a couple of sliders, then a good hard fastball in.
Caught the inside corner. Davis livid.
See the MO here. In with everything.
The pitch track showed that that pitch was not in the strike zone. Gosh darn it.
Yeah, it's the difference between hitting 2-2 and 3-1. Huge.
I see Scott Barry's hearing it from the Pirates dugout right now. Hamill to the plate, swing and a miss. And Davis.
Well, he took himself out of the at-bat, didn't he, kind of, the way he
sure
reacted.
did.
I mean, he was so mad and never really regrouped.
So he's seething Ike Davis. They leave him loaded. They do get a run to take the lead again.
The city of brotherly love. Take on the fighting Phillies. 1:30 Cubs pregame live, presented by Fields Auto. Cubs Phillies Saturday 1:30, right here on CSN.
It's like Edwin Jackson and David Buchanan, the scheduled pitchers. Head east. Remember their big hit?
No.
Never been any reason.
I'm a few bars.
It's a little higher register than I.
Yeah, I got it.
Flat as a Pancake is the album. Here's Justin Ruggiano. In fact, Head East was playing near our team hotel in St. Louis when we got there on an early Thursday evening. I could hear them from my hotel room playing that very song.
Wow.
Ruggiano lines to Polanco, makes a waist high grab. One away here in the Cubs' third.
In the eyes and the hearts of the faithful here, that was the greatest catch ever made. Polanco is enjoying a nice honeymoon here. Everything he does, people are getting excited about.
They've had some great outfielders here in the history of this franchise. It was interesting. Polanco talked about how honored he was to play right field in front of that sign right there, number 21 for the late Roberto Clemente. Barry Bonds, guy manning center field tonight as Rizzo gets hit by the first pitch.
With the damage Rizzo has inflicted in this series, and as well as he's been swinging the bat, you can see why they would want to crowd him. And
see where he's set up.
Yeah, they're trying to throw him that little two-seamer running back in.
That he stands pretty close to the plate as it is. So
yeah,
if you go in, if you miss it all, you're probably going to hit him.
And it looks to me like he's moved up on the plate a little bit in recent days.
Strike on Castro, lined to center to end the opening inning. We started an hour and 38 minutes late due to a lot of rain. Seemed to be in the clear here for a while. And 0-2. How about this? The Royals beat the Indians today 4-1. All 4 runs came on sacrifice flies.
Wow. Is that a record?
Stats. It's the second time that's ever happened. A team scoring at least, or scoring, sorry, 4 runs all on sac flies. The other team to do it, the Expos, on May 28th, 1980, against the Cubs in an 8-4 14-inning loss. Let's see, how many sac flies are 2 an inning? That's it, right?
Yeah. You're looking for
the most you could have.
Most you could have,
in a 9-inning game. Don't think that'll ever happen. Got to get a guy at third with nobody out every inning. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and a slider.
Nice sequence of pitches there by Compton. Ultimately gets him with a good hard slider. We talked about his sinker. That's the pitch he throws most frequently, but that slider has pretty good action tonight. Talking about Louis in the pregame. In our open, his on-base percentage, 443. His OPS is second best among National League third basemen. He doesn't have enough at-bats to qualify, but if he did, just behind Todd Frazier.
Time called, no pitch. No balk, no nothing. had been a pretty hot late afternoon. Like it was about 85, 86 degrees, high humidity before the rain came. Now it's cooled off quite a bit. And a very pleasant evening.
Yeah, it might be time to throw on the windbreaker. Balbuena usually hangs in there. We see him quite frequently when he falls behind in counts. Ultimately work his way back to full. See how he proceeds here, down 2 strikes. They continue to hold Rizzo on at first base.
Pulled fair into the corner. Rizzo rounding second, on his way to third. Polanco get it back in, and Gary Jones has got to hold Rizzo, so Balbuena just never out of it. He's got 2 hits tonight. That and 0-2 double.
Yeah, and that's the reason why you hold Rizzo there, just to shorten his lead up a little bit. Don't let him get too aggressive of a secondary lead. Had he been able to do that, he probably scores on this double by Balbuena, but he continues to swing a torrid bat. Polanco has all the assets you want out there in an outfielder. He's got speed, so he gets to that ball in a hurry, and he's got a cannon for an arm. He originally drew interest from scouts as a pitcher.
Going to twist out a play. Good note from Tony on Twitter. Yeah, I guess sac fly is dropped. I suppose you could have more than 2 in an inning, right? Error, sac fly. Top 10 sac flies in history. Go. Not the most exciting play, but it worked for the Royals today. 0-2 on Sherholtz, 2 in scoring position. And a fly ball that will be handled by Polanco. And the inning will come to an end. One of the greatest players in the history of this game honored here in Pittsburgh, and they talk about him every day. Roberto Clemente. Using hashtag Northside Fan Photo for a chance to have it appear in tonight's broadcast, brought to you by AT&T. Left-hander Tyler Matzik making his major league debut for the Rockies tonight has not allowed a hit or a base runner through 4 innings, which is interesting. That's 4-0 Rockies over the Braves. Last night's final was what, 73 to 62?
I gave up on that one.
I think it was 15 to 12 or something. 13 to 10. Braves beat the Rockies last night.
Yeah. Late field goals, the difference.
It's 1-2 on veteran catcher Russell Martin.
So your talk of sacrifice flies last inning.
What you got?
Made me flash back when I was a kid. You know how you play all kinds of games, kind of. We were talking about pickle or what we used to call hot box. We used to play a game in the backyard. When you had a shortage of people, one guy would throw the ball up on the garage roof, let it bounce down, and then as soon as he caught it, somebody else was theoretically tagging up and would sprint home, and then the guy would fire the ball to home. So there's an outfielder, a catcher, and a runner, and we do it over and over and over again.
Wow, I like it.
Yeah. Until there was a fight and a bloody nose, and somebody went home crying, and that was the end of it. Safe out, safe out.
Well, that's how you learn how to play the game. 2-2. Bounced foul. You use the pitching net with the little box in there and
the old
catch with yourself?
No, I just used the wall. We might have had a pitch back for a short period of time.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Jason Hamler a little bit off his game early, first couple of innings. See if he can kind of get things straightened out.
To Alvarez, misses in. Twins beat the Blue Jays 7-2 matinee in Toronto. Phil Hughes is 7-2. He got the victory. 3 hits for new twin Kendrys Morales.
Yeah, bases clearing double among those 3 hits. Spring training is overrated.
6 for 13 as a Twin. Out toward the gap, and it's going to go to the barrier for Alvarez. Racing towards second. Going to make the turn. They got a shot at him. Throw to third. A little late. It's a triple.
I'll give Alvarez credit. A lot of guys I think would have dropped anchor at second base, but with 1 out in the inning, that's when it makes sense to really push it, try to get to third base. He is so strong to hit the ball this far on a line, similar to Rizzo's ball over Marte's head last night. You're going to be a strong man. Good tight turn at second base. I think Castro had to reach a little bit for the throw from Coughlin and kind of back on his heels a little bit. You see he's back on his heels. He's not able to get as much on that throw as he would have liked to have.
First 3-bagger of the year in the infield in against Marte, who takes it inside, ball 1. Marte made his debut in 2012. And he really had to fight off that one and hit it foul. We get a home run off Dallas Keuchel. first career plate appearance.
It's before Dallas Keuchel became Dallas Keuchel. The guy's turned into a heck of a pitcher.
And a base hit. That's probably a pretty easy line out to Barney with the infield back. And instead, it's an RBI single to make it 4-2.
And I think at the end of this ball game, if you were to ask Jason Hamill, he's going to say he got beat on a number of pitches that he really liked. You know, these are pitches he's trying to make. He's putting them in good spots. The Pirate hitters are just having some good swings. The home run by McCutchen, this fastball down and in a little bit. Marte able to push it out there into shallow right center. Sometimes you go out there and you're off your game and you're struggling, you're behind in counts and you get beat. Other days you make quality pitches, you just give up hits. Some confusion there. This looked like Baker called for a pitch out. Watch Baker here. He's thinking pitch out. He starts to come out of his crouch, and Hamill almost throws a strike. Are there fireworks going off somewhere?
Sounds like it, yes.
All right. I just need to make sure. Okay, there we go. What's going on? Nobody invited us.
It's an arts festival. The 1-1 outside. 2 in the first, 1 in the second, another here in the third for the Pirates.
Marte 15 out of 20 stolen base department. I suspect he's running here.
So it'd be the run and hit on a 3-1. He is not going, and the pitch is a borderline strike, 3-2.
Right on the corner.
There he goes. Base hit in the left. Marte makes a turn and will make third standing without a throw. 3 straight 1-out hits.
Balbuena not able to knock it down. Marte able to scamper into third. Mercer having a nice night. 2 for 2 now, doubled last time.
Wondering if that Mercurio batting average on balls in play is biting Hamill tonight. 310 in his career, which is not too far away from Major League average. This year, JD, 235.
Yeah. Yeah, so you anticipate a little correction in the market. Not to say a pitcher having a really good year can't suppress batting average, but typically, you know, for most guys, it's going to end up in that 290 to 300 range.
Compton looking for a safety squeeze bunt. So Marte's got to read the third baseman Valbuena. Veteran coach Nick Leyva down there at third.
Yeah, very difficult to defend this play when you got a guy like Marte with his speed on third. Although Marte not really coming down the line aggressively there. With Compton showing bunt.
You think with Valbuena charging as hard as he is, if Marte can track him.
Yeah, just that's what you're taught to do. Just follow the third baseman down the line.
Swings and foul tips, strike two. Rizzo was right in his face by the time the pitch got to the plate.
And that's why he sees Rizzo coming aggressively, so he pulls it back, trying to slap it by him, comes up empty. So an assist to Rizzo on the swing and miss. Took him out of his game.
Called strike three. And now Clint Barmas is going to pinch hit for Harrison. Makes you wonder if that right hand, or I'm not sure which hand actually, but remember got hit by a pitch on the knuckles. That has flared up.
Dropping like flies.
Another injury.
Man, it's unbelievable.
Already this month, they've lost Garrett Cole, Neil Walker, and Francisco Liriano. Another strike. Let's see where this got him. I want to say the left hand. Oh, and 2. Pirates hit a lot of batters, and the Cubs have 2.
Charlie Morton with that two-seam fastball. He's in double digits already.
Runner goes from first, swing and a miss. Barmas out. Pirates done.
Nice job.
But they add to their lead. Pedro Alvarez with a big triple, and he would score on the Marte single. And too many fireworks for the home team. 4-2.
Wrigley Field on Sunday, June 22nd. Cubs take on the Pirates. It's a 121st pitch. The first 5,000 kids 13 and under at the ballpark will receive a Mr. Potato Head keychain. After the ball game, the first 1,000 13 and younger will have the opportunity to run the bases. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Who doesn't want a Mr. Potato Head keychain? I'm going to take home a bag full of those.
Top of the fourth. Hey, top of the fourth to you,
Top
JB.
of the fourth. Top of the fourth. Get out your tam o'shanter.
And a strike on the catcher, Baker.
Nice job, though, by Jason Hamill limiting the damage there in the third. Gave up one, could have been a lot worse. Travis Wood, 6 2/3 innings last night. He gave up 9 hits, but held the Pirates to 3 runs. He only walked one. That was the key. And a couple big double plays.
Baker strikes out. Knocked in a run his first at bat, but comes up empty this time. It's Darwin Barney. Mentioned earlier, Clint Hurdle will head to Minneapolis. He will be on the coaching staff of Mike Matheny, the National League manager. Freddie Gonzalez, Braves skipper, also will join them. Ron Gardenhire, the Twins manager, will get to be in his home dugout, along with Terry Francona of the Indians. John Farrell, the Red Sox skipper, is the American League manager.
Well, sure. Farrell, the pitching coach for Terry Franco's gang there in Boston for a good number of years. Makes sense that they would be reunited.
One and two to Barney. Hamill on deck. Another DL move for the Rangers. Tanner Shepard's a reliever. Goes back to the DL, right elbow inflammation. The 20th DL move the Rangers have made this season. Adam Wainwright has got a little elbow issue. He had to head back to St. Louis today for some tests.
Yeah, I had an MRI. That came out clean. But obviously that's of great concern to Cardinal Nation.
It's got a cortisone shot. Two. That missed. Full count. Bounce to Alvarez. Wilson Ramos, Nationals catcher, strained hamstring. He goes to the disabled list. They're in San Francisco tonight. Pablo Sandoval scratched due to illness. Left ankle discomfort for Harrison, so nothing to do with the hit by pitch.
Maybe twisting to try to get out of the way of that fastball.
Yeah, a little gimpy, I guess, before anyway. Oh, came right back up and hit Hamill. Compton winds and delivers, and it's full on the pitcher. Sharply hit on the ground, but right at the shortstop. Lots of time for Mercer to get Jason Hamill. First 1, 2, 3 of the night for Compton. Central presented by GMC. Full Major League highlights. Bears OTAs, organized team activities. See all that and more on Sportsnet Central after Cubs Pirates only on Comcast Sportsnet. Phillies a winner. Reed Brignac, game-ending homer.
Wow, 3-run shot. Cole Hamels, 8 innings of shutout ball. Papelbon pitched the ninth, got the win.
3-run shot.
Further proof of the overratedness of the win. The pitcher win. Hamill would have got a Len tonight.
Right. Is that what you're calling it?
Yeah.
One pulled into right center for a base hit. Polanco. 1 for 3. Knocked in a run on a ground out in the second.
Ricky Renteria asked about Polanco last night, and he compared him a little bit to Ken Griffey Jr. I think maybe in stature, the height, and maybe someday we'll have that leverage to a swing. But for me, Jr. was had more of a loop in his swing. I keep thinking about Bryce Harper when I see this kid swing. Maybe that right there, but the hands high, that's Griffey-esque. Roll over that top hand and deliver the solid line drive.
Pulled to left by McCutchen, and that'll be a double. Bounced off the warning track and into the seats. Homer, intentional walk, and a double.
Again, there's certain times when you have to pitch around him. There are other times where you have to try to get him out. And man on first, nobody out. You got to pitch to him. But right now, that's proving to be a losing proposition. He is absolutely locked in. Kind of run he's on where you're tempted to invent a pitch. Throw him an ephus ball or something.
So Davis had a rough night at the plate. Called third in the first. Called strike in his second at bat he didn't like, and then eventually struck out swinging. And he lines out, and it'll be a double play. Could have been three if McCutchen had taken off. That's a mistake by Polanco. He didn't wait to see the line drive go through.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Ike Davis has had one of those nights. Might be lucky to have his helmet intact by the end of the night. Might have some snappage somewhere.
Felt like the umpire got him last time. This time Barney does him in. And nobody out in that situation. You're the base runner, Polanco at third base. You have to make sure that ball gets through.
So Hamill getting a break and hopes to take advantage of it here. Trying to keep the Pirates off the board for the first time in this ballgame. Too high, it's 2-2.
It's pitched under duress all night long. Base runners in every inning. A lot of high leverage pressure situations with men in scoring position. Takes the steam out of you. He's worked awfully hard here.
Straightaway center. Ruggiano going back on it. He'll get to the spot, edge of the track to end the inning. They put him on second and third with nobody out, but Hamill escapes.
As we head to the 5th, Saturday, June 21st, play catch in the outfield, hit in the batting cages, or relax in the dugouts of Wrigley Field during Catch in the Confines, presented by Advocate Children's Hospital. Tickets include a personalized photograph, a baseball, and a Wrigley Field 100 DVD. All proceeds benefit Cubs charities. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit CubsCharities.org. Pirates have banged out 9 hits already, lead by 2, could be more. Jason Hamill working out of trouble in the 3rd, and then a bit of good fortune due to the base running mistake by Polanco in the 4th. So the Cubs still very much in this ball game as they come to bat in the top half of the 5th against the rookie right-hander Compton.
Top of the order here, starting with Coughlin. Ball 1.
Before we get too far removed from our Len conversation, you
Yeah.
should explain the parameters of your stat you were messing with a while back. Kind of a take on the quality start.
Yeah, it basically blends wins and losses into quality starts. To get a win, you have to qualify like you normally would as a starter, but you have to have a quality start. Conversely, to take a loss, you have to qualify for the loss, and you have to have a non-quality start. If you go 7 innings, give up 2 runs, and you lose the game, that would be a no decision in my system. Caught by Polanco for the out.
So wins and losses become more tied to the pitcher's performance than you know.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah, you give up 7, and your team scores 10 for you, and in traditional baseball, you get a W. In your world, you wouldn't. You didn't earn it. So get a heater here on 2-0.
He pulls it right to Alvarez.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he airmailed the throw into the 5th row. Pretty routine on a hard hit ball right to him, and Alvarez let it fly. That'll be an error.
Yeah, sharply hit, so he's got all kinds of time, and maybe that was the key. He just kind of nonchalanted it a little bit.
And oh, by the way, it happened to be right in front of Rizzo. Represents the tying run. That one bounced way out in front of home plate.
Over 300 now with runners in scoring position. They got the shift down for Rizzo. Mercer over there on the right side of second base. Alvarez can't go too far away because he's got to cover third in case Ruggiano inclined to try to steal. I'm not sure what Compton's doing here. He's just throwing a couple of scuds. Maybe in pitch around mode. But the way he's executing it, if I were Clint Hurdle, I would, if that was what I was asking, would say, let's just go ahead and put him on. He wants no part of it. You know, it's interesting because it's the 5th inning, and I don't think Hurdle wants to intentionally walk him because he probably doesn't want to take the heat of putting the tying run on base in the 5th inning. So it's just a straight change or a BP fastball. 85 right down the middle. Rizzo taking all the way. Probably wishes he was more ready to hit there.
Wide for ball 4. An error and a walk. And it brings up Castro.
It's interesting. If you're going to pitch around a guy, you make every pitch, as if the count started 0-2 and you're trying to get him to chase, which is basically what he did for those first 3. So I can't explain that 3-0 pitch.
Maybe a false sense of I'm back in it. I don't know.
I mean, maybe he's taking all the way 3-0, so I'm going to throw him a strike. But if you're trying to pitch around a guy, that wouldn't be your mindset. Shouldn't be your mindset.
Maybe he missed his spot.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Which was 3 feet in front of home plate.
But I also think, he caught Anthony by surprise a little bit. Rizzo clearly was thinking, okay, he's pitching around me. This one's not going to be anywhere close, and it was right there.
That one is right there, but McCutchen will make the catch. Castro just waves as if to say, second time I've done that tonight. Keep doing that, Starlin. They'll drop.
Come on, Lucian.
Guys would rather break their bats and flare one over the second baseman and hit one right on the trademark and line out. Pulled foul.
Just got to have better aim. But that's been the biggest improvement in Castro this year. Never mind the batting average. It's the fact that he's hitting the ball so much harder. More extra base power. His slugging percentage this year over 100 points better than what he finished with last season.
Throw to second is offline. Ruggiano would have been back either way. Able to sniff it out.
Can understand Martin's thinking. Valbuena up there has been red hot. He's got extra base power. He's got 2 men on base, so he's trying to bail out his pitcher.
The 1-1 offering hit foul. Well, 2 strikes, not a problem tonight for Valbuena.
Martin with that late move in. You don't want to tip your hand with a man on second base. It's to location.
White Sox have chased Justin Verlander, leading 5-1 in the bottom of the 6th. And his line not quite complete. Line off the glove of Davis, but nobody covering first. Compton ended up a spectator there as he thought, I guess, Davis was going to make the catch, and Barmes had nowhere to throw it.
Yeah, you're trained as a pitcher. Anytime the ball's hit on the right side, obviously on the ground on the right side, to break to cover first base. And he takes maybe half a step, but when you see the ball hit a guy, you just figure that's a line out. You stop, and by the time you restart, no chance. He thinks the inning's over, actually. He's starting to drift towards the home dugout.
Still waiting on a scoring decision.
Now, regardless of how they scored, Balbuena continues to square up the baseball.
They gave him a hit. He's got 3 tonight.
A big chance for Nate. He made the third out in the third with 2 men in scoring position. A little redemption opportunity here.
Six men on base with him at the plate tonight. He walked with a runner at first in the second. You mentioned the fly out with 2 on in the third. Now bats with 3 on in the fifth, and in the seventh he'll bat with 4 on. If the trend continues. The 0-1 is a strike, 0-2.
Boy, both pitchers really battling here tonight. Nothing coming easy.
And Sherholtz could not help himself. Ironic, isn't it? All those pitches in the dirt to Rizzo. And that's the pitch that would get Compton out of the inning. Tonight's player of the game. Vote now. Log on to Cubs in-game live on CSNChicago.com. Brought to you by Comcast Business Class. Pedro Alvarez takes a strike. Backdoor breaking ball from Jason Hamill. Ground ball to Rizzo. And he'll take it by himself. Already a season high in hits allowed, 9. Previous high 7 for Hamill. Reds just finished off the Dodgers 5-0. Johnny Cueto got the victory. He went 6 shutout innings, 12 strikeouts, no walks. He's got a 185 earned run average. Now 6-5 on the year. Ground ball deflected by Hamill. It's going to cost him. That's your natural instinct to reach out your glove. If not, it's probably a ground out to second. As it is, it's a 2-hit night for Marte.
Yeah, with Marte's speed, no chance anybody's going to make a play after the deflection.
Brewers over the Mets 3-1. 3 hits for Jonathan Lucroy. Willie Peralta victorious over Jacob deGrom. Lucroy hitting .341.
Should be an all-star.
Ugly line for Verlander tonight. 5 2/3, 8 hits, 7 runs. 122 pitches for Justin Verlander. They're trailing 8-1 in the 7th. So he didn't get through 6, 122 pitches. John Danks threw 6, 78.
Great contrast in styles, right? The finesse game of Danks and Verlander, the power guy.
Tigers letting the rest of the division hang around. Going into today, the Twins were in last, 4.5 games out. They might be just 3.5 out by the end of the night.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of buyers in that division come trade deadline time, unless there's significant slippage.
Kansas City could be 2 out and leaping ahead of the Indians after beating Cleveland today. Ground ball as Marte was running. Castro had to vacate to go cover the bag. And Mercer with a single. He's 3 for 3. And the Pirates have runners at the corners for a pinch hitter, Travis Snyder.
Well,
this is the correction. This is the market correction night where everything Hamill gives up in terms of contacts ending up a base hit.
Yeah, a lot of it has been hard contact. The 2 in this inning. Ground ball off his glove, and then this one a hit and run play with Mercer hitting the ball through the vacated hole there in short. But 11 hits for the Pirates tonight, and they've been in double digits now in all 3 games of this series. And that's not really a recent development. In the last few weeks, they've really been swinging it pretty well.
Saw Carlos Villanueva up in the Cubs bullpen. Snyder batting for Compton, who finishes his evening after 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs. Hey, we want to send out a happy 40th birthday wishes to a huge Cubs fan, Richie Solita, watching tonight back home in Chicago. Happy 40, Richie. At the corners, and Snyder swings and misses. Pinch hit homer off of Brian Schlitter at Wrigley Field on April 10th. It's been good off the bench. 8 for 25. Foul tip on a high fastball, 0-2. JD, I guess when it's all said and done, this will be it for Hamill this inning. He's due up third in the 6th. Even if he gets through this, is just to keep his team within shouting distance. He's given up 11 hits, but at the moment, his team only down 2 runs. Popped up. And Baker's got it in foul territory. A big second out. Now, runner tagging from first. Mercer, and why not? Throw to third. They got him. What to end the inning.
They're trying to lose this game.
Mercer with a nice play because there was nobody at first just to see if the Cubs would throw. I have no idea what Marte was doing over there at third. But Hamill gets out of it again.
Had the base running mistake by Polanco earlier, and then Marte drifting down the line, and Barney nails him. Take on the Washington Nationals. 3:05 first pitch. And if you're one of the first 20,000 through the turnstiles, you're going to take home a Wrigley Field 100 tote bag. You don't have to make a donation to NPR or anything. That's presented by the MLB Network. Tickets at every level are available, so visit Cubs.com today.
Well, what a play by Darwin Barney.
Yeah, well, he's got keen instincts out there. Baker.
Watch a fake right
Throw
here.
to the middle of the diamond, a little pump fake, and immediately wheels back and nails Marte.
The old 2 to 4 to 5 double play.
Just no reason for Marte to drift down the line. If there was somebody at first base to catch a throw from Barney, you could understand Marte coming down the line a little bit, trying to take advantage of a possible throw. There was no play to be made at first base. So that's 2 big base running mistakes by the Pirates here tonight. Justin Wilson, first man out of the chute for Clint Hurdle tonight. He's a hard throwing lefty. Strikes out. Batter per inning pitched. Mid-90s gas.
Barney on deck, and then a pinch hitter, I would imagine, for Hamill at 93 pitches, but trailing by 2.
Yeah, and all the pitches that, he hasn't had an easy inning yet.
Baker strikes out. Here comes Darwin. Like Mike Olt will take the at bat in the pitcher's spot.
If you're Jason Hamill right now, you feel like you've just been swimming upstream in choppy water all night long, just trying to get your breath, and you find, he's reached shore over there in the dugout.
Two quick outs.
And like that guy who's been swimming upstream, if you ask him, you want to jump back in the water, he'd say no. And same with Jason. You want to go back? I'm good, Skip. I'm good, man.
Hold you back into the boat.
Mike got the start last night, was 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, one swinging, one looking. Continues to really struggle at the plate.
High fly ball deep to center. McCutcheon's going to make the catch on the warning track, but Walt gave it a nice ride. So we go to the bottom of the 6th. Wilson makes quick work of the Cubs, 4-2. Baseball and all you can eat and drink at Wrigley Field this summer. The Budweiser patio gives you a chance to do all this in prime home run territory. Bring your best guests inside the ballpark this season. For more information and to purchase, visit Cubs.com/suites. Veteran right-hander Carlos Villanueva is on to work. Giving up a lot of hits, not a lot of walks. And they'll try to keep the Pirates at 4. Yu Darvish just went the distance. Complete game shutout, the first of his career 6-0 over the Miami Marlins. Barmes swings at the first pitch, lifts a high fly to shallow center. It's caught by Ruggiano.
First complete game for Darvish?
Shutout.
Tony Watson up in the Pirate bullpen.
Polanco 1 for 3 with an RBI. First complete game for Darvish. He had a couple of no-hit bits, but I think got pulled
after he lost
before the final out. Yeah.
Good start for Carlos, quickly dispatching Barmes.
Two on Polanco.
Drop that 59-mile-an-hour curveball on him.
Slider at 84. 1-2. Fastball right at the knees for strike 3.
Can't make a much better pitch than this. Outer third, bottom of the knees. See if he can figure out McCutchen.
Lead for the Nationals, 3-0 at San Francisco. Rough first inning for Matt Cain. Tanner Roark is on the mound for the Nats tonight. Washington and the Braves with identical 34-29 records going into tonight. Miami just a half game back, although they lost. New York and Philadelphia way back in the standings.
The Nationals have won 3 in a row, 8 out of 10. And we got some precip starting to fall from the sky.
We saw the head groundskeeper chatting with Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, earlier as McCutchen takes the walk. It was about a half hour ago, and usually that means, hey, just a heads up, it's going to rain in about a half hour.
Yeah.
I would say, considering what I had seen earlier in terms of the forecast and where we are in the ball game, it kind of feels like if we get stopped, we may not start again. And we're already past 5 innings. So if you're the Cubs, you need to hold them here and try to score quickly in the 7th. Swing and a miss. And the other kind of clue here, JD, and once the game starts, obviously it's up to the umpires and crew chief. The longer we play and this sort of torrential downpour, the more it'll tell you that we may not resume, that it may rain all night. McCutchen will steal second. Stole that one off the pitcher via Nueva.
Yeah, if they think there's a window of clearing in the future, they might have pulled the tarp already and said, well, let's just wait this out and then we'll wait for it to clear. But they're trying to play through as long as it doesn't get too bad. see how it plays out. And there's McCutchen with a stolen base, his 8th. He's 8 out of 8.
He has been MVP-like in this series, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Well, I think Davis caught Baker on the backswing and immediately apologized.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't want to be accused of being Machado. That'll become a new verb if you whack the catcher with your follow through and don't apologize. Hey, you just Machado'd me, man. What's up with that?
Well, I think he's learned his lesson. I think that everything that happened in that series, and look, I think it was Josh Donaldson who said, actions, not words. Let's see how he follows up his apology. But I have a feeling Manny Machado learned a lot of things in that series.
Yeah. Let's hope.
Rain has lightened up a little bit. As Villanueva's ready for 2-2. Here it comes. Swing and a miss, and the inning is over. Now, tonight we were singing in the rain earlier. This is swinging in the rain.
Whether the Cubs are at home or on the road, guided tours of legendary Wrigley Field are available. Tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. This must-see Chicago attraction houses 100 years of history for game days and non-game day schedules. Or to book your tour, visit Cubs.com/tours today.
As promised earlier, hey, we've got our AT&T fan photo. You can tweet your photo to hashtag NorthsideFanPhoto to possibly have it appear in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by AT&T.
La Vista.
Wilson to Watson. Justin to Tony. Tony might get some all-star consideration.
Yeah, and there's why. Check out those numbers. Sparkling. Disregard the one-loss record. The ERA 0.93. Really hard to hit. 35 strikeouts in 29 innings. 19 consecutive scoreless appearances now for the left-hander. Strength of this Pirate club last year, their bullpen, their ability to finish you off. Melanson and Grilli at the end, as good as any tandem in baseball last year. But these other guys, Wilson, Watson, Hughes, all very talented as well.
Still raining as Watson faces Coghlan. With Neil Ramirez off to a great start. Drilled to deep right center, and McCutcheon's got it.
Tough night for Coghlan, 0 for 4 now. Not able to find any green grass out there. Hit the ball hard at least a couple of times. Yep. That 0 for 4 will get you. A little frustration.
In tight on Ruggiano. That's a strike. It's 1-2. Who does Watson remind you of? Somebody. That delivery reminds me of somebody. He kind of tucks the ball down.
Leans.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Two balls, two strikes. Rizzo on deck. It's only a 2-run ball game. Even though the Pirates have more than doubled the Cubs' hit total, 11-5. Three-two pitch. Fouled that one off the catcher, Martin.
Pirates have made a couple of base running mistakes. The only error in the game belongs to the Pirates. Alvarez, it was on Ruggiano last time up when he threw the ball into the seats over the first baseman's head.
Another payoff delivery. The bat goes flying over the dugout. Wow, that thing deflected off an empty chair, thankfully, and into the aisle. So Ruggiano leading the league in terms of bat toss distance.
It's amazing what people at a ball game will do. That the reaction would be to try to catch the flying bat as opposed to avoid it.
Ball 4. Third time Ruggiano's been on, once due to an error. This will be a fun matchup. You got a dominating lefty against a left-handed hitter who has dominated lefties. Getting a lot of Twitter action. Kent Tekulve, doesn't remind me of him necessarily. Tommy John, a little Tommy John in that delivery. Inside, Jesse Orosco. Brian Fuentes. Getting a lot of, I think I'm just throwing out left-handed pitchers. He reminds me of every left-handed pitcher ever.
One swing away from a tie ball game. Rizzo in a hitter's count. Left-handed hitters actually doing a nice job against Watson in terms of batting average, 292. He's not allowed a home run to a left-handed batter yet this year.
Getting a lot of Billy Wagner. No, it does not remind me of Billy Wagner. Slide step that time. Got the inside corner on 95. And it's 2-2.
Yeah, the left-handed and throws hard part fits the Wagner profile, but beyond that, not so much.
Got him. Well, that is a really tough at bat. As good as Anthony has been.
Yep, sometimes you just get beat and they just pound it in with that fastball. They're falling behind 2-0. They just stuck with the game plan. They weren't going to let anything leak back out over the plate for him. Good game plan and really well executed there by Watson.
Inside corner, 1-1. Masahiro Tanaka starting for the Yanks tonight in Seattle. New York with a 1-0 lead. He has faced 9 and retired all of them. Not hit hard. Alvarez has got to hurry, and nice dig by Davis to complete the play. 7th inning stretch from Pittsburgh. 4-2 Pirates. two aces deal for pitching supremacy Thursday at U.S. Cellular Field. Tune in to Comcast Sportsnet. Watch the Sox take on the Tigers tomorrow at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Follow the Cubs with MLB.com at bat for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, or Windows Phone 8. Get scores, stats, highlights, live audio, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details.
Villanueva against Russell Martin. Alvarez and Marte also do. Well, if the Cubs come back late, the Pirates are going to be kicking themselves because of the base running gaffes. Well, this game could be out of reach by now, but it's still 4-2. Many chances for the Pirates to add on. Cutter for a strike. 0-2. Cat mentioned it earlier, but congrats to the AA Tennessee Smokies. Secured now through the 2018 season as the Cubs AA affiliate in the Southern League. Got a 4-year extension.
They play their home games at Chris Bryant Stadium down there.
Villanueva with a 2-2 pitch. It's full 3-2. Keeping an eye on the Yankees and Mariners. Weird to see Ichiro in that ballpark wearing a New York uniform. A long-time Seattle Mariner. I'm sure while Derek Jeter's visit to Seattle is a big deal. Might be even bigger that Ichiro's there. And, of course, Robinson Cano facing his former team as well.
Mark Melancon, one of the premier setup men in all of baseball, ready for the 8th.
Watson now has a scoreless streak that's reached 20 2/3 innings. Ball 4.
Second walk issued by Carlos to go along with 2 strikeouts. The first walk was a 2-out walk to McCutchen. The way he's been swinging it, that was understandable. This one bites a little bit. The leadoff walk to Russell Martin.
You know who I miss? Jack Wilson. You don't want to know why?
Because they played Jumpin' Jack Flash every time he came up to hit.
I always miss the classic Stones song when he would come to bat.
He was fun to watch play, too. A lot of energy. Great shortstop.
There goes Martin. He got a good jump. And maybe a little cross up there as you had Castro and Barney covering the bag, and Valbuena has to jog back over toward third base.
Yeah, he basically got a running lead. Second steal of the series. Had a delayed steal the other night. Here he just gets a great jump on Carlos. Yeah, that's interesting with the shift. There's nobody home over there at third base.
There's a 1-1. It's low.
Seen that happen a couple times too, where a guy stolen second base, popped right up and taken off to third because nobody's over there. Here's the delayed steal on Monday.
That was last night.
That's why, yeah, because Eli, that's where I was asking Eli about it in the clubhouse thing, because he bumped the umpire as he drew his arm back to make the throw. And Eli said, no, I didn't hit him. I said, you should watch the video. I'm pretty sure you did.
Yeah, you did. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Castro, throw goes to third. He's out. Nice play by Starlin. So they get Martin. Well, another Pirate running into an out.
Well, this one a little more excusable in that the ball was behind Martin.
Rain has completely stopped. And it won't start again until you and I get halfway across the Clemente Bridge, walking back to the team hotel after the game.
Yeah, that's pretty much a given.
The 1-0 pitch, it's a strike. I think they came out to see Polanco last night. 11,027 fewer fans tonight than last night. And the rain kept the walk-up crowd down tonight, but that's pretty significant.
Yeah, a little bit. 31,000 here last night, and I believe I read in the previous, or maybe the average for their Tuesday night games prior to that was like 17,000. There's definitely a Polanco bump.
Unlike rock and roll, you don't get part of the door, though. Hey, Gregory, here.
Yeah.
Take some extra cash. As people walk in, are you here to see the right fielder? Yes. Take $5 off the top. That's a total swing and miss. And a strikeout. And there will be a wild pitch or pass ball allowing. It'll be a wild pitch. Wild pitch allowing Alvarez to get to second. Less than 2 outs. The batter with first base occupied is automatically out. High fly ball. Mercer's going to be retired for the first time tonight. Ball is caught by Ruggiano, and we will go to the 8th. 4-2 for the home team. Into the 8th inning, and it's Mark Melancon who sets up for Jason Grilli. Actually 10 saves with Grilli on the DL as well.
Yeah, and he worked in that role last year as well while Grilli was out, so he has experience both as a setup man, as a closer. Bottom line, they have a very talented duo here at the back end to finish off ball games. Melancon, when Grilli is healthy, gets the 8th, Grilli the 9th. He has developed a cut fastball over the last couple of seasons that has become a devastating weapon for him. Consistently jamming left-handed hitters. So a big challenge for Valbuena here, who's 3 for 3 so far tonight.
Well, 6 outs to go. Cubs trail by a pair. Alvarez even with the bag, but way off the line as Valbuena showed bunt, moved up in the box, took a strike. Started at 276. He's up to 289. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Melancon does something no other Pirate pitcher had done tonight, and that is retire Valbuena. Relatively quickly at that.
And comes with an off-speed breaking ball here. Catches Valbuena way out in front. With all the cutters he throws in on left-handed hitters, they've got to be thinking quick. Got to be able to clear that front side to get to that cut fastball. And if it's a fastball away or a slow breaking ball, you just don't have a whole lot you can do with it. There's the cutter in.
Yeah, Sherholtz shatters his bat as he grounds out. 2 away.
I don't think they keep stats on this. I don't know, maybe somebody does because they keep stats on just about everything. But in broken bats per plate appearance, I would suspect Melancon's way up on that list.
And the Ric Flair howl is back. One of the worst developments in the history of sports. And a strike called. Not that I don't like it, but if I were here as a fan and you were doing that, I would politely ask you to leave.
You would punch me.
And you deserve it. No, we do not promote physical violence on this show.
No fan-on-fan violence, please. Well, the World Cup's about to start up. We're going to be subjected to all those vuvuzelas. Is that what it's called?
Right. But you also have to understand, I have a son who's now a teenager, and over the last 5 or 6 years, the idea of weird noises, that's just natural.
Yeah.
So I'm a little extra sensitive to people just making obnoxious noises because they can. You can do the wave all night if you want, if you just don't make that noise. 4-2 Pirates. Right-hander Justin Grimm will pitch. And other changes for the Cubs. Bonifacio now in to play center. Luciano will move over to right. So Scherholtz is out. That's where the pitcher's spot will go.
Well, Carlos Villanueva did his job. 2 scoreless innings, a couple of walks, 3 strikeouts. Baton passed to Justin Grimm, who works for the 32nd time. This is pitching to a 3.10 ERA. Pinch hitter and then the top for the Pirates.
Jose Tabata. As Harry would say, backwards at a bat.
At a bat. That's a good one. He is at a bat, and he's been swinging the bat really well. Challenged to get playing time, but even with the infrequent usage, he's been very productive of late. 9 out of his last 18.
Ground ball to Castro, the shortstop. Out at first. Interesting walk-up music. Clint Barnes steps in to just a small-town girl.
His high school nickname were the Alices. Alice of Vincennes.
Vincennes, Indiana. Yeah. Jason Grilli, an all-star last year. I always like to drop this note once a year. Vincennes is the oldest town in the state of Indiana, founded in 1702. Foul tip, strike two. It's 2-2. It's over on the south side of Chicago. The White Sox drop the Tigers 8-2. To pull within 2.5 of first place. A bunched up division. I like my trousers. We've been sitting here for about 5 hours. Full count on Barmes.
Speaking of trousers,
Rizzo will go after it.
what's the difference between trousers and slacks?
I don't think there is a difference. Or pants.
Yeah. Like pants is the general category, and then there's all these little subcategories. Never know what to ask for when I go into the store. And then sometimes they drop the singular on you. Would you like to look at a nice pant? What is that?
Strike three called. I think both slacks and trousers mean you're using those words means we're old.
Yeah. Boy, good breaking ball there. Kind of throws that elbow up at you. Comes over the top. Sharp curveball. An interesting guy to keep an eye on as he develops.
And Castro snagged that broken bat liner, and we will go to the ninth. 4-2 Pittsburgh. Last opportunity for the Cubs. We started late, hour 38. Late, actually, due to rain. We got a little shower mid-game. It is now lightly precipitating once again in the ninth. Nothing too serious. As Jason Grilli will try to notch the save. Brandon Compton, the pitcher of record for the Pirates.
Grilli, an all-star last year. 9 out of 12 so far in save opportunities this year. So he's had some issues. Spent some time on the DL. 33 saves last year for Grilli.
His dad Steve pitched in the big leagues.
Yeah, his dad Steve was my pitching coach in college for a while.
That's right. Steve was a Tiger and a Blue Jay in the 70s. And Jason was born in the Detroit area as a result. And then later went to Seton Hall.
First round pick by the Giants out of Seton Hall. Dealt with a fair number of injuries over the years.
Did you know that Grilli made his first appearance with Detroit on September 19th, 2005, on the 30th anniversary of his dad's major league debut with the Tigers?
I did not know that.
1-1 on Barney. Here's a pitch. He laid off. 2-1. Bonifacio on deck. Then Coghlan. Really took over for Joel Hanrahan as their closer last year. And his 2-1 is hit on the ground as second. That's Barmas. Ryan Braun has been his nemesis this year. He gave up homers on back-to-back days to Braun in April. Switch hitting. Bonifacio takes a strike on a backdoor slider. Julio didn't think so. Not too many left in this crowd after the rain and a long night. Cub fans with their rally caps on.
Yeah. Looping a blast and we're tied. They're just hoping they can find a way to get Rizzo up there with a couple of men on base. That's what it's going to take to get Rizzo up there. A couple of these guys are going to have to reach. Bonifacio in a two-strike hole here has got to go into battle mode.
Yeah, good point. Blast and a bloop. Not nearly as good as a bloop first, then the blast. You need two. And you'd think Bonifacio would provide the bloop. Just trying to hang in down 0-2. One and two. Grilli's agent is Gary Sheffield. Inside, almost hit him. Grilli, this is a milestone appearance, the 400th of his career. Trying to notch his 48th career save. Popped him up, but no play.
Staying alive. Jason Grilli's written a book. It's called Just My Game.
Have you read it?
No.
Martin actually went up on that railing over there. Bounce to first. Davis will field, and Grilli will beat Bonifacio to the bag. 2 down here in the ninth.
Well, you were talking about singing in the rain earlier. Hurdle's ready to make the catch. What was the dancer's name? Singing in the rain?
Gene Kelly.
Gene Kelly, yeah.
Yeah.
One more chance for Coughlin. 0 for 4 tonight, despite a couple pretty good swings.
Everything has been in the air. And he gave a great effort on the 2-run homer by McCutchen in the first inning. Got a glove on it as he went into the stands. Just could not hang on as he was battling the fans for the ball.
All the scoring done in the first 3 innings of this ball game.
It's a strike. It's 1-1.
This is a tremendous effort by Coughlin. The 3rd home run in the series by McCutchen. Almost was not.
Popped up. This should do it. Barmas out in the grass in shallow right, and the ball game is over. Grilli with a 1-2-3 ninth. The bullpen for the Pirates just totally shutting down the Cubs offense. McCutchen again with a 2-run homer for the 3rd straight night. And the Cubs will have to win tomorrow evening to earn a split. 4-2 the final this evening.
It just was not Jason Hamill's night tonight. A lot of hard contact early. And I guess just tip your hat to the Pirates. They've been swinging the bats well. Double digits in hits in each of the 3 games of this series now for the Pirates.
Time now for our GMC player of the game, the sizzling hot Luis Valbuena. 3 more hits this evening.
Yeah, he just continues to square the ball up. He's using all fields. He gets a mistake out over the plate. He has not missed it. In the last 3 weeks or so, he's been among the best in the league. The 3rd one, that line drive off Mike Davis's glove down there at first base.
So for JD and our entire crew, Len Casper from PNC Park. Your final score, Pirates 4, Cubs 2. We'll see you back here on CSN Saturday, 1:30 from Philadelphia. Cubs and Phils in Game 2. Coming up next, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Cubs post-game live.